Before we dive in, let's make a couple of things crystal clear. Sleep is not a punishment. It is not a weakness, a chore, or a waste of time. It's not the enemy of ambition. It's not something to get over with or catch up on. Sleep is a gift, a sanctuary, a ceremony of renewal. It is your body's way of saying thank you. When you close your eyes at night, you are not giving up. You are offering your mind, your muscles, your nerves, all the unseen parts of you that work tirelessly every day. They finally get the care they deserve. Sleep is how your body says, "I've got this now. You can rest." So don't think of sleep as the last task on your to-do list. Think of it as your reward, your treat, your luxurious, essential reset. Just like you breathe, feed yourself, hydrate, and move, you sleep. Not because you're lazy, but because you're human. We live in a world that idolizes hustle and measures worth in output. But rest is not the opposite of productivity. It's the source of it. Without sleep, your thoughts blur, your emotions unravel, your body begins to fray. But with sleep, you sharpen, you stabilize, you heal, you shine. And on the days when life feels heaviest, when stress builds up, when your heart is tired, when the noise won't stop, that's when you need sleep the most. Not less. More. It's not indulgent, it's intelligent. It's how your brain rewires, your immune system fortifies, your cells repair. It's how your emotional self recalibrates. Sleep is your anchor in the storm. And you don't need to earn it. You already have. Every step you've taken, every thought you've processed, every moment you've held yourself together, you've earned it. Let's begin with the big question. What is sleep and why do we dream? We all sleep. Unless you're a vampire or a character in a psychological thriller, you probably spend about a third of your life unconscious in bed. But why? We've already killed the myth that sleep is just the brain turning off. That's like saying the internet disappears when you close your laptop. Your brain during sleep is anything but idle. In fact, it's buzzing with activity, just in a different mode. Sleep is not a single state, but a carefully choreographed cycle that your brain and body move through again and again each night. Broadly speaking, it falls into two categories. Non-REM sleep, which includes the deeper, more restorative phases, and REM sleep, where vivid dreaming takes center stage. But these are not isolated compartments. They flow into one another in repeating cycles, each lasting about 90 minutes. The journey begins with non-REM stage 1, the lightest phase of sleep. This is the threshold, the in-between space where wakefulness loosens its grip. Your muscles begin to relax. Your heart rate slows. Brain activity shifts into slower theta waves, different from the faster patterns of alert thinking. This stage is brief, often just a few minutes. If someone nudges you awake, you might insist you were not asleep at all. But neurologically, you already crossed the line. From there, you drift into non-REM stage 2. This is where sleep becomes more stable. Your body temperature drops slightly. Eye movements stop. Brain activity shows distinct bursts called sleep spindles and K complexes, which help shield you from external disturbances. It is as if your brain hangs a do not disturb sign on the door. Stage 2 makes up the largest portion of your total sleep time. It may not feel dramatic, but it forms the backbone of a typical night. Then comes non-REM stage 3, often called slow wave sleep. Here, the brain produces large, slow delta waves, and the body enters its deepest state of physical restoration. Blood pressure falls, breathing slows, growth hormone is released, supporting tissue repair and muscle recovery. The immune system strengthens. This is the phase most closely tied to feeling physically refreshed the next day. It is also when parasomnias, such as sleepwalking and night terrors, are most likely to occur because the brain is deeply asleep while parts of the body can still move. After moving through these non-REM stages, the cycle shifts into REM sleep, usually about 90 minutes after you first drifted off. REM is paradoxical. Your body is profoundly relaxed, even temporarily paralyzed, preventing you from physically acting out your dreams. Yet your brain becomes highly active, almost resembling its waking state. Your eyes move rapidly beneath closed lids. Emotional and visual centers light up. This is when the most vivid, story-like dreaming typically occurs. These stages do not happen just once. Over the course of a night, you cycle through them 4 to 6 times. Early cycles tend to contain more deep, slow-wave sleep, which prioritizes physical restoration. As the night progresses, REM periods grow longer, sometimes lasting up to an hour before morning. That is why dreams often feel more intense, elaborate, and memorable toward the end of the night. Seen as a whole, sleep is less like flipping a switch and more like descending and rising through carefully timed layers. Each stage has its role. Each cycle builds on the last. And by the time you wake, your brain and body have traveled a complex, invisible journey designed to restore, protect, and prepare you for another day. Here's a riddle. If evolution is about survival, why would nature design a state where you're unconscious, immobile, and vulnerable to predators for hours? Why didn't we evolve to just rest while staying alert? Scientists have proposed several theories to explain why sleep is so essential, and while each theory focuses on a different function, together they paint a picture of sleep as active, purposeful, and deeply protective. One of the oldest and most intuitive explanations is the restorative theory. At its core, this idea suggests that sleep is the body's repair window. Throughout the day, your cells accumulate wear and tear. Neurons fire constantly. Muscles contract. Stress hormones rise and fall. Sleep gives your body the quiet it needs to restore balance. Tissues repair. Hormones regulate. The immune system strengthens. On a neurological level, the brain clears out metabolic waste that builds up during waking hours. It is less like switching off a machine and more like servicing one. Closely related to this is what scientists now call the glymphatic system theory. Discovered relatively recently, the glymphatic system acts as the brain's waste disposal network. During deep sleep, channels between brain cells expand, allowing cerebrospinal fluid to flush out toxins, including beta amyloid, a protein associated with Alzheimer's disease. In other words, while you sleep, your brain quite literally cleans itself. This process is significantly less efficient when you are awake, which may explain why chronic sleep deprivation is linked to long-term cognitive decline. Another layer of explanation comes from the energy conservation theory. From an evolutionary standpoint, sleep may have developed as a way to conserve calories and reduce risk during periods when activity was unnecessary or dangerous, such as at night. Before artificial lighting and food delivery apps, staying awake in the dark meant burning precious energy without much reward. By lowering body temperature, slowing metabolism, and reducing physical movement, sleep helped our ancestors survive in resource-scarce environments. But sleep is not only about preserving the body. It is also about refining the mind. Important memories are strengthened. Irrelevant details are trimmed away. Neural connections are reinforced or reshaped. It is the brain's way of sorting, filing, and integrating experience. Without this nightly consolidation, learning becomes fragmented and emotional regulation begins to suffer. What is striking is that these theories are not competing so much as complementary. Sleep repairs, conserves, cleans, and reorganizes. It protects the body, sharpens the brain, and strengthens resilience. We may not yet understand every mechanism, but the pattern is clear. Across species, from humans to birds to fruit flies, sleep is non-negotiable. When deprived of it for too long, organisms deteriorate. Eventually, they cannot survive. Bottom line, we do not know everything about why we sleep, but we know this. It is not optional. It is fundamental to life itself. Okay, but why do we dream? Dreams are the Netflix originals of the subconscious. Bizarre plots, strange cameos, logic thrown out the window, and yet somehow they're about us. Scientists are still debating the purpose of dreams, and the truth is, there may not be just one answer. Dreams are way too complex, too persistent across cultures and species to serve a single function. Over time, different theories have tried to explain them from psychological, neurological, and evolutionary angles. And while they approach the mystery from different directions, they often overlap in surprising ways. One of the earliest and most famous explanations came from Sigmund Freud, who described dreams as the royal road to the unconscious. In his theory of wish fulfillment, dreams were seen as coded expressions of repressed desires. The mind, constrained by social rules and self-control during the day, found symbolic ways to express forbidden or hidden wishes at night. If you dreamed of flying, Freud might say you were longing for freedom. If you dreamed of something more provocative, he would likely argue it was disguised desire. Modern psychology considers many of Freud's ideas speculative and difficult to test scientifically. Still, his central claim that dreams are meaningful, that they reflect inner emotional life rather than random noise, remains culturally influential. Later theories shifted from symbolism to biology. The activation synthesis theory, proposed in the 1970s, suggests that dreams begin with random neural activity during REM sleep. The brainstem sends bursts of signals to the cortex, the part of the brain responsible for higher reasoning and interpretation. Faced with this internal chaos, the brain does what it always does. It tries to make sense of it. It weaves the signals into a narrative. In this view, dreams are not carefully constructed messages, but improvised stories, the mind's attempt to impose order on randomness. The meaning is not necessarily hidden, it just may be constructed in real time. But evolution rarely keeps something as energetically expensive as dreaming without reason. That is where the threat simulation theory comes in. Proposed by Finnish researcher Antti Revonsuo, this theory suggests that dreams evolved as a kind of rehearsal space. In dreams, we are often chased, tested, exposed, or endangered. According to this view, the dreaming brain is running survival drills, allowing us to practice responding to danger without real-world consequences. It is a virtual reality training program built into the mind. At the same time, research increasingly supports the idea that dreams are closely tied to memory consolidation and emotional processing. During sleep, especially REM sleep, the brain reactivates recent experiences and integrates them into existing memory networks. Emotional experiences in particular seem to be replayed and softened. Some researchers believe dreaming helps strip the sharp edge of difficult feelings, allowing us to process fear, grief, embarrassment, or joy in a safer psychological space. In that sense, dreams function less like riddles and more like therapy sessions we conduct with ourselves. There is also growing evidence that dreaming enhances creativity and problem solving. When the brain is freed from external input and logical constraints, it can form unusual connections between ideas. This may explain why solutions sometimes appear after a night's sleep. Paul McCartney famously woke with the melody for Yesterday fully formed in his mind. Auguste Kekulé described envisioning the structure of benzene as a snake biting its own tail in a dream. In both cases, the dreaming brain reorganized information in ways that waking logic had not managed to achieve. Taken together, these theories suggest that dreams may serve multiple roles at once. They may express emotion, simulate danger, consolidate memory, and spark creativity. They may begin with neural noise, but become meaningful through interpretation. We may not yet have a single unifying explanation, but one thing seems clear. Dreams are not mental leftovers. They are active processes shaped by biology, emotion, and experience. And perhaps that layered nature is the point. Dreams feel strange because the mind in sleep is doing several jobs at once. You might be wondering, does everyone dream? The short answer is yes. Even people who claim they never dream usually just don't remember them. Dream recall varies from person to person and from night to night. Some people wake up with entire story arcs, others catch just a vague mood or a single image. Your recall improves if you wake during sleep or keep a dream journal. Also, all mammals dream. So do birds. Reptiles are still under investigation, but your dog kicking in its sleep, probably chasing dream squirrels. Ever dreamt about showing up to school naked, falling off a cliff, losing your teeth? These themes are surprisingly universal. No matter your culture or age, certain symbols pop up over and over. Here are a few. Falling, often linked to feeling out of control or insecure. Being chased, classic anxiety dream. Something unresolved may be on your tail. Teeth falling out, usually tied to powerlessness, embarrassment, or transition. Taking an exam you didn't study for. Performance anxiety, imposter syndrome, fear of being unprepared. These dreams don't have a single meaning, but they often reflect emotional states or stresses. Your brain is speaking in metaphor. You just have to decode the dialect. Sleep is not a luxury. It's not lost time. It's a physiological necessity, a neurological tune-up, and a gateway to the weird, wonderful realm of dreams. So, what happens in your brain during sleep? Now we're getting under the hood. We're cracking open the skull and looking at what's actually happening in your brain while you sleep. and more importantly, while you dream. Spoiler alert, it's not just sheep and silence up there. Sleep is not a power down, it's a reboot. Different regions light up and shut down in a highly coordinated dance. As I mentioned, there are 4 main stages of sleep and 2 primary categories: non-REM and REM. Dreams can occur in both, but REM is the headliner. So, what's going on in your head while you're snoozing? Non-REM sleep is the maintenance mode. During the first part of the night, your brain cruises through non-REM stages. This is when the body repairs tissues, builds bone and muscle, and strengthens the immune system. Neurologically, non-REM sleep is marked by slow wave activity, low frequency, high amplitude delta waves. The cerebral cortex gets quieter. But that doesn't mean nothing's happening. Non-REM is crucial for memory consolidation, especially declarative memories, facts, and events. It's also when synaptic pruning occurs, trimming unnecessary neural connections. Cerebrospinal fluid circulation increases. Hello, glymphatic system. So basically, your brain is doing some high-level janitorial work while you're out cold. But the fireworks start in REM. REM sleep is the paradox. REM, or rapid eye movement sleep, is where most vivid dreaming occurs. Your brain waves during REM look surprisingly similar to when you're awake. Low amplitude, high frequency activity. Here's what's wild. During REM, your brain becomes a paradox. The prefrontal cortex, the part responsible for logic, self-awareness, and decision-making, goes mostly offline. Meanwhile, emotional and visual centers go full tilt. If you could peek inside the dreaming brain during REM sleep, you wouldn't see chaos. You'd see a very specific pattern of activation. Certain regions turn up the volume, others dial way down. And the combination explains why dreams feel so intense, strange, and emotionally charged. At the center of it all is the amygdala, the brain's emotional alarm system. During REM sleep, it becomes highly active. The amygdala helps process fear, desire, pleasure, and threat detection. When it's lit up without the usual logical oversight, emotions in dreams can feel amplified. A small embarrassment becomes catastrophic. A mild attraction becomes cinematic romance. A shadow becomes something chasing you down a hallway. That emotional intensity isn't random. It reflects the fact that your brain's emotional circuitry is running hot while other regulatory systems are quiet. Working closely with the amygdala is the hippocampus, the structure deeply involved in forming and organizing memories. During REM sleep, the hippocampus appears to replay fragments of recent experiences, blending them with older memory networks stored across the cortex. This is part of how the brain consolidates and reorganizes information. But because the replay is fragmented and recombined, it doesn't come back as a neat documentary. It comes back as collage. Yesterday's conversation might fuse with your childhood kitchen. A current stressor might borrow the face of someone from years ago. The dreaming brain edits freely, pulling from memory archives without strict timelines. Meanwhile, the occipital lobe, responsible for visual processing, shows strong activation during REM. That's one reason dreams can feel so visually immersive. Even with your eyes closed in a dark room, your brain is generating internal imagery that can be detailed, colourful, and dynamic. Studies using brain imaging show that the same visual areas active when you see something in the waking world are engaged when you see something in a dream. Your brain is not passively recalling images. It is actively constructing them. And then there's the prefrontal cortex, particularly the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, the region responsible for logic, critical thinking, impulse control, and self-awareness. During REM sleep, this area becomes significantly less active. That reduction changes everything. Without strong executive oversight, bizarre narratives don't get flagged as impossible. In waking life, your prefrontal cortex would immediately protest. Hey, you cannot breathe underwater, or you do not know this celebrity personally, remember? In REM, that internal editor is off duty. The story continues unchecked. That's why you accept absurd plot twists without question. While all this is happening, the brainstem plays a crucial protective role. It initiates REM atonia, a temporary paralysis of voluntary muscles. This prevents you from physically acting out your dreams. The motor cortex may be sending signals as if you're running or fighting, but the brainstem blocks those signals from reaching your muscles. It's a safety mechanism. When it misfires, you get experiences like sleep paralysis, where awareness returns before muscle control does, creating that eerie, frozen-in-place sensation. Overlaying all of this structural activity is a powerful shift in brain chemistry. REM sleep has a unique neurochemical profile. Acetylcholine levels rise, which supports cortical activation and vivid imagery. At the same time, serotonin and norepinephrine, neurotransmitters involved in alertness, rational thinking, and stress responses, drop to very low levels. That chemical imbalance contributes to reduced logical filtering and increased emotional tone. Dopamine, linked to motivation and reward, can remain active, adding intensity and narrative drive to dreams. When you combine heightened emotion, active memory replay, vivid visual construction, reduced logical oversight, protective muscle paralysis, and a distinctive neurochemical environment, you get the dream state. Not random noise, not pure symbolism, but a brain running in a radically different configuration. Dreams are not just stories. They are the byproduct of a brain temporarily reorganized, prioritizing emotion, integration, and simulation over logic and control. And that shift in balance is exactly what makes them feel so real, so strange, and sometimes so unforgettable. So what do you get when logic is low, emotions are high, and your imagination is off the leash? A dream. Even when we're awake, the brain has a built-in circuit called the default mode network, DMN. It's active during daydreaming, introspection, and mind-wandering. In sleep, particularly in REM, the DMN may contribute to our ability to simulate social interactions, future scenarios, or emotionally charged events. It's like your internal simulator keeps running after hours. The DMN might help explain why dreams feel so layered. They're deeply personal, yet totally bizarre, like a psychological kaleidoscope. Here's the plot twist. We still don't fully understand how or why all this happens. We know which parts of the brain are involved. We know what chemicals flood the system, but the subjective experience of dreaming is still one of neuroscience's greatest puzzles. Some questions remain. Why do only some people remember dreams? Why do certain dreams feel hyper-real? Can we manipulate dream content consistently? Researchers are experimenting with lucid dreaming, targeted memory reactivation, even dream engineering. But we're still in the early innings. When your eyes close at night, your brain flips into one of its most active, mysterious states. It's more than rest. It's reorganization. It's emotional processing. It's virtual reality created from your own memories and feelings. The dreaming brain is like a director, screenwriter, and projectionist all in one, crafting worlds, staging metaphors, and sometimes just throwing spaghetti at the wall to see what sticks. Next time you wake up from a dream that makes zero sense, just remember, it wasn't nonsense to your brain. Let's be honest. Dreaming isn't always rainbows and flying unicorns. Sometimes dreams grab us by the gut, crank up the fear, and drop us into a psychological horror film we didn't audition for. We've all been there. The falling sensation, the monster chase, the silent scream. But what exactly are nightmares? Why do they happen? And can we stop them? A nightmare isn't just a bad dream. It's a bad dream that wakes you up. And it usually comes with intense emotions: fear, anxiety, helplessness, even shame. According to the International Classification of Sleep Disorders, nightmares are repeated occurrences of extended, extremely dysphoric, and well-remembered dreams that usually involve threats to survival, security, or physical integrity. Translation: your brain is staging full-blown panic theatre. Nightmares typically occur during the REM stage of sleep. That's when our most vivid dreams unfold. And because REM periods get longer in the second half of the night, nightmares often strike in the early morning hours. Let's look at what's happening behind the curtain. Nightmares don't appear out of nowhere. They are shaped by what's happening in your brain, your body, and your life. While not everyone has the same triggers, certain patterns show up again and again. One of the most common drivers is stress. Big life changes, chronic worry, emotional overload, relationship tension, work pressure, financial uncertainty. When your nervous system is running hot during the day, it rarely shuts off completely at night. Nightmares can become exaggerated reflections of that stress. The brain takes diffuse anxiety and turns it into something concrete. Instead of, "I feel overwhelmed," you dream you're drowning. Instead of, "I'm afraid of failing," you're suddenly falling from a skyscraper. The emotion is real. The imagery is amplified. Trauma adds another layer. For people with post-traumatic stress disorder, nightmares are not just symbolic. They can be literal replays. Trauma-related nightmares are often intense, recurring, and disturbingly realistic. The brain has not fully processed the traumatic memory, so during REM sleep, when emotional and memory systems are highly active, the experience resurfaces. It's as if the mind is stuck trying to metabolize something it hasn't fully integrated. That's why these nightmares can feel less like dreams and more like reliving. And over time, that repetition becomes not only frightening, but exhausting. Sleep itself also plays a role. Conditions such as sleep apnea or restless leg syndrome fragment the sleep cycle. When sleep is repeatedly disrupted, REM periods can become unstable or rebound in intensity. That instability increases the likelihood of vivid, emotionally charged dreams. In other words, when sleep architecture is disturbed, dream intensity often follows. Chemistry matters too. Certain medications, particularly some antidepressants and blood pressure medications, alter sleep patterns. Starting, stopping, or changing doses can shift the balance of neurotransmitters involved in dreaming. Substances like alcohol and nicotine complicate things further. Alcohol may initially sedate you, but as it metabolizes during the night, it disrupts REM sleep and can trigger vivid or unsettling dreams. Withdrawal from alcohol or nicotine can intensify REM activity even more, sometimes leading to a surge in nightmares. Even physical illness can influence dream content. If you've ever had a fever dream, you know how strange and unsettling they can be. Elevated body temperature affects brain function and neurotransmitter balance. The result is often fragmented, surreal, or disturbing dream imagery. When the body is under stress, the dreaming brain reflects it. And yes, even something as simple as late-night eating can play a part. A heavy or spicy meal before bed increases metabolism and can raise body temperature slightly. That subtle physiological activation may intensify REM sleep or make it more restless. While it's not the primary cause of nightmares, it can tip the balance in someone who is already prone to vivid dreaming. What all of this shows is that nightmares are rarely random. They are shaped by emotional stress, unresolved experiences, sleep stability, brain chemistry, and even physical health. They are the result of a brain that is still very much active at night, trying to regulate, process, and respond to internal and external pressures. Sometimes the imagery is dramatic, sometimes it's unsettling, but underneath it, there is almost always a nervous system trying to make sense of something. So what's the purpose of a nightmare? This is where it gets interesting. As unbearable as they can feel at 3 a.m, nightmares may not be mental malfunctions. They may be attempts at adaptation. One evolutionary explanation is known as the threat simulation theory. The idea is simple but powerful. For most of human history, danger was real and constant. Predators, rival groups, environmental threats. A brain that could rehearse danger without actual risk would have an advantage. Nightmares, in this view, function as fear-based simulations. They create high-stakes scenarios in a safe environment so you can practice reacting. Being chased, hiding, escaping, confronting. Your heart races, your senses sharpen, but your body stays still. It is, in a strange way, survival training after dark. But not all threats are physical. Many of our modern fears are emotional or social. Rejection, failure, loss, shame. That's where the emotional regulation theory comes in. During REM sleep, emotional centers like the amygdala are highly active while rational control from the prefrontal cortex is reduced. This creates a space where difficult feelings can surface more freely. Nightmares may be the brain's attempt to process unresolved emotional material. They exaggerate it, dramatize it, and stage it in symbolic form. It's not subtle, it's not gentle, but it may be a way of metabolizing intense emotion when waking defenses are down. Sometimes a nightmare is less about symbolism and more about signaling. Think of it as a smoke alarm rather than a coded message. When something in waking life is chronically overwhelming, ignored, or suppressed, the brain may amplify it at night. Unresolved conflict, lingering trauma, burnout you keep brushing off. The nightmare doesn't necessarily translate the issue neatly. Instead, it generates urgency. Pay attention. Something feels unsafe. Something feels unfinished. This becomes especially clear in recurrent nightmares. When the same theme, setting or fear shows up repeatedly, it often reflects a pattern the brain hasn't resolved. These dreams can be draining because they replay the same emotional loop night after night. They are particularly common in people with anxiety, depression, or PTSD, where the nervous system is already primed for threat. But even in people without a formal diagnosis, recurrent nightmares often mirror ongoing stressors or deeply rooted fears. If you are constantly being chased, falling, losing control, or facing something terrifying, your brain may be rehearsing a feeling rather than an event. The imagery changes, but the emotional core stays the same. Helplessness, vulnerability, pressure. The repetition suggests the system is stuck, trying to process something that hasn't yet found resolution. Seen this way, nightmares are not random cruelty from your subconscious. They are intense attempts at adaptation. The brain is practicing, processing, or protesting. The experience feels dark because the emotion underneath it is strong. And strong emotion, when left unattended, tends to find a stage. Sometimes that stage is a dream. Let's clear something up. Nightmares and night terrors are not the same thing. Nightmares happen during REM sleep. You usually wake up and remember them clearly. Night terrors happen during deep non-REM sleep, typically in children. The sleeper might scream, thrash, or appear terrified, but they often don't fully wake up and usually don't remember anything afterward. Night terrors are more about the body's fear response being triggered, while nightmares are mental and emotional experiences. Nightmares are awful. They can leave you shaken, sweaty, wide awake at 3:17 a.m. staring at the ceiling. But you're not powerless. There are practical, science-backed ways to reduce both their frequency and their intensity. It starts with the basics, because sleep itself is the foundation. A consistent bedtime and wake time help regulate your circadian rhythm, which stabilizes REM cycles. A cool, dark, quiet room signals safety to your nervous system. Reducing screen exposure before bed matters more than most people think. Blue light delays melatonin release, and stimulating content keeps the brain alert. Your mind needs a gradual descent into sleep, not a last-minute adrenaline spike. Think of bedtime as a runway. The smoother the landing, the less turbulence once you're dreaming. But improving sleep hygiene alone isn't always enough, especially if nightmares are fueled by stress. Since dreams often amplify unresolved emotion, addressing anxiety during the day can dramatically change what happens at night. Therapy provides a structured space to process difficult experiences. Mindfulness practices help regulate the nervous system and reduce hyperarousal. Journaling before bed can offload racing thoughts so they don't spill into REM sleep. When your waking brain feels heard and regulated, your dreaming brain doesn't have to shout. For people dealing with recurrent nightmares, especially trauma-related ones, cognitive behavioral therapy for nightmares has shown strong results. One specific technique, imagery rehearsal therapy, works in a surprisingly simple way. While awake, you rewrite the nightmare with a new, less threatening ending. You mentally rehearse that revised version repeatedly. Over time, the brain begins to replace the old script with the new one. It sounds almost too straightforward, but research shows it can significantly reduce nightmare frequency and emotional intensity. The brain is adaptable. Even dream scripts can be rewritten. Lifestyle factors also play a larger role than many people realize. Caffeine, nicotine, and alcohol all affect sleep architecture. Alcohol, in particular, suppresses REM sleep early in the night and then triggers REM rebound later, which can intensify dreams and nightmares. Nicotine is stimulating. Caffeine lingers in the system longer than most people expect. Reducing or timing these substances more carefully can create a more stable sleep cycle and fewer dramatic dream spikes. In more severe cases, particularly for individuals with PTSD or chronic nightmare disorder, medication may be considered. Prazosin, originally developed to treat high blood pressure, has been used to reduce trauma-related nightmares by dampening the body's fight or flight response during sleep. This is never a first step and always requires medical supervision, but for some people it can provide meaningful relief, while deeper therapeutic work is underway. The important thing to remember is this: nightmares are influenced by both mind and body. That means they can be influenced in return. Stabilize sleep, soothe stress, rewrite the script, adjust the chemistry when necessary and appropriate. You may not control every dream, but you can absolutely change the conditions that shape them. Should you interpret nightmares? That's the juicy question. Interpretation can be useful, not in the dream dictionary sense, but in the psychological sense. Ask yourself, what emotions were strongest in the dream? What situations in my current life evoke similar feelings? Is this a recurring theme? You don't have to overanalyze every dream, but if something keeps showing up, it's worth exploring. Your subconscious might be writing in all caps for a reason. Nightmares are unnerving, but they're not your enemy. They're your brain's attempt to process, alert, rehearse, or adapt. Yes, they can be disruptive, but they're also a window into your mind's deeper workings. And the good news, you're not trapped. With tools, awareness, and the right support, nightmares can lose their grip or even become something you learn from. Don't fear the dream. Understand it. Now we're stepping into the matrix, because lucid dreaming is the closest thing we have to a natural internal version of virtual reality, one where you are both the player and the programmer. If you've ever realized you were dreaming while still inside the dream and then changed what happened, that's lucid dreaming. It's part science, part art, and part Jedi mind trick. Lucid dreaming is when you become aware that you're dreaming and often can influence or control the dream. It's not just waking up in the dream, it's gaining consciousness within it. Suddenly, the laws of reality are optional. You can fly, breathe underwater, talk to dream characters, revisit memories, or create whole new worlds. And yes, it's real. Verified by science. In fact, researchers have observed lucid dreamers in sleep labs signal with their eyes while dreaming, matching pre-agreed eye movement codes. That's how we know for sure. Lucid dreamers are in there, and they know it. In most REM dreams, the prefrontal cortex, the part of the brain responsible for self-awareness and logical thinking, is mostly offline. But during lucid dreaming, something unusual happens. The prefrontal cortex partially reactivates while the rest of the brain stays in REM mode. So you're still dreaming, but your executive functions are back at the wheel. You're conscious within unconsciousness. It's like your brain glitches just enough to let you hold the controller. This unique brain state is sometimes called hybrid consciousness, a mix of dreaming and waking patterns. Who can lucid dream? Pretty much anyone. Some people slip into lucid dreams naturally, often from childhood. They realize mid-dream that something feels off, and instead of waking up, they stay. For them, lucidity feels almost instinctive. For most people, though, it takes intention and practice. The encouraging part is this. Research consistently shows that lucid dreaming is learnable. With steady effort, increased dream awareness, and the right techniques, many people can experience lucidity at least occasionally. It is less about having a rare gift and more about training attention. Certain traits seem to make lucid dreaming more likely. People who already remember their dreams in detail have an advantage, simply because awareness begins with recall. If you don't remember your dreams, you cannot recognize when you are inside one. Mindfulness practitioners and meditators also tend to have higher rates of lucidity. That makes sense. Lucid dreaming requires meta-awareness, the ability to notice your own mental state. Meditation strengthens that exact muscle. Interestingly, people with irregular sleep schedules or frequent awakenings sometimes report more lucid dreams. Waking briefly during the night and then returning to REM sleep can increase the chances of re-entering a dream consciously. Creative thinkers also seem drawn to lucidity. An imaginative, flexible mind adapts well to dream environments and may be more comfortable questioning reality. The key takeaway is simple. Lucid dreaming is not reserved for a select few. It is a skill. And, like most skills, it improves with practice. The first step is strengthening your relationship with your dreams. Dream journaling is foundational. Each morning, before you check your phone or speak to anyone, write down whatever you remember, even fragments, even moods. This signals to your brain that dreams matter. Over time, recall improves. Patterns begin to emerge. You might notice recurring locations, themes, or characters. These become dream signs, cues that can later trigger lucidity. From there, you build awareness during the day. Reality checks sound simple, but they are surprisingly powerful. Several times a day, pause and genuinely ask yourself, am I dreaming? Do not rush the question. Look at your surroundings. Try reading a sentence twice to see if it changes. Look at a clock, glance away, then look back. In dreams, text and numbers often shift. You can even try gently pressing your finger into your palm and imagining it passing through. The goal is not the trick itself. It is the habit of questioning your state of consciousness. When that habit becomes automatic, it can carry over into your dreams. There are also structured techniques that increase the odds of lucidity. One of the most researched is mild, the mnemonic induction of lucid dreams. As you fall asleep, you set a clear intention. Next time I'm dreaming, I will realize I'm dreaming. You visualize yourself inside a recent dream and imagine becoming aware within it. This primes prospective memory, the same cognitive ability that helps you remember to do something later. In this case, remembering to recognize you are dreaming. Another method is wake back to bed, often shortened to WBTB. You sleep for 5 or 6 hours, wake up for about 20 to 30 minutes, then return to sleep with focused intention. Because REM periods are longer in the second half of the night, this timing increases the likelihood of entering REM quickly and consciously. It is one of the most effective techniques, though it requires commitment. For the more adventurous, there is wild, wake-initiated, lucid dreaming. Here, you attempt to keep your mind aware while your body falls asleep. You observe the transition into dreaming without losing consciousness. This can involve vivid imagery, bodily sensations, or temporary sleep paralysis. It is not recommended for beginners, but when mastered, it creates a direct bridge into a lucid dream. And lucid dreaming is not just a party trick. For people struggling with recurring nightmares, lucidity can be transformative. If you realize you are dreaming while being chased, you can stop running. You can turn around. You can ask the monster what it represents. That shift alone can reduce fear and even retrain the emotional tone of future dreams. Athletes and performers have used lucid dreams to rehearse skills. The brain activates similar neural pathways during imagined and physical practice, therefore rehearsing movements in REM sleep may enhance performance. The body rests, but the brain trains. Creatively, lucid dreaming is limitless. You can experiment with landscapes, conversations, music, or abstract ideas without physical constraints. Many artists describe lucid dreams as direct access to raw imagination, unfiltered by waking logic. And then there is self-discovery. Some lucid dreamers report deeply personal insights, emotional breakthroughs, or moments of clarity that feel profound. Whether those experiences are mystical or psychological, they often leave a lasting impression. In lucidity, you are both observer and participant. That perspective alone can be powerful. At its core, lucid dreaming is about awareness. It is learning to recognize when your mind is creating reality and staying with it instead of waking up. And that is a skill that extends far beyond sleep. Lucid dreaming is safe for most people, but there are a few caveats. Sleep disruption can happen if you wake frequently to record dreams or use techniques like WBTB. That can reduce overall sleep quality. Sleep paralysis may occur, especially when practicing wild. Becoming aware during REM atonia, sleep muscle paralysis, can feel intense or unsettling. Overexcitement is another common issue. Getting too thrilled in a lucid dream can snap you awake. The trick is to stay calm, like a spy in a dream tuxedo. And despite what some forums say, no, you can't get stuck in a dream. You will always wake up eventually. Lucid dreaming was once considered the domain of mystics and dream yogis. Today, it's a legitimate research field. Neuroscientists study lucid dreaming to better understand consciousness, memory, and perception. It's one of the few states where we can observe someone being conscious inside a non-conscious brain state. Researchers are even experimenting with influencing dreams using sound cues, light signals, and targeted memory reactivation. One study at Northwestern University showed that lucid dreamers could answer yes or no questions from researchers while dreaming. So yes, the dream world may not be as sealed off as we once thought. Lucid dreaming is a rare invitation, a conscious journey into your unconscious mind. It takes practice, patience, and curiosity. But when it clicks, it feels like stepping through a portal into your own imagination. Tonight, when your head hits the pillow, ask yourself, what if this is the dream? Then look twice at your hands. Read something. Jump. And if you start to fly, stay cool. You're in. you've ever stared at the ceiling at 3 o'clock in the morning, cycled through every position in bed, or done mental gymnastics trying to force yourself to sleep, you're not alone. Insomnia is one of the most common sleep disorders and one of the most frustrating. Insomnia isn't just having a bad night. It's defined by difficulty falling asleep, staying asleep, or waking too early and not being able to fall back asleep. And crucially, it happens despite having the opportunity to sleep. Acute insomnia is short-term and may be tied to stress, travel, or illness. Chronic insomnia happens at least 3 nights per week for 3 months or more. That's when things get serious. Sleep isn't just downtime, it's critical for cognitive function, mood regulation, immune health, and yes, dreaming. Insomnia is rarely caused by just one thing. It's usually a combination. Here are some of the biggest culprits. Stress and anxiety top the list. Whether it's a looming deadline, emotional upheaval, or the general hum of modern life, stress can flip your nervous system into high alert just when you need it to power down. Your brain refuses to switch off. Instead, it runs worst-case scenarios like a Netflix autoplay you never signed up for. Poor sleep habits don't help either. Inconsistent bedtimes, scrolling your phone in bed, drinking coffee in the afternoon, or late-night wine that makes you sleepy but disrupts your REM cycle. These habits confuse your internal clock and sabotage your natural sleep signals. Mental health conditions such as depression, anxiety, and trauma can disrupt sleep's rhythm. Physical issues like chronic pain or hormonal shifts can do the same. And medications, even some prescribed to help mood or focus, often list insomnia as a side effect. Then there's the most insidious cause of all, the fear of not sleeping. You lie in bed thinking, if I don't fall asleep now, I'll ruin tomorrow. That pressure kicks your system into gear, spiking adrenaline, tightening your chest and pushing sleep even further away. It often starts with one bad night, then 2. Then you begin to anticipate not sleeping. You start checking the clock obsessively. You dread bedtime. And your brain, the brilliant creature it is, begins to associate your bed not with rest, but with stress. This is called conditioned arousal. Your bed becomes the scene of the crime. The more you try to force sleep, the more your body resists. It's like trying to fall asleep at a job interview. The harder you try, the more awake you become. Let's tackle a few myths that actually make insomnia worse. One of the most persistent is the idea that everyone needs 8 hours of sleep. It sounds neat and tidy, but it isn't scientifically rigid. Sleep need exists on a spectrum. Some people function beautifully on 6.5 hours. Others genuinely need 9. The real question isn't, did I hit 8? It's, do I feel reasonably alert, stable, and functional during the day? When you obsess over a specific number, sleep becomes a performance metric instead of a biological process. And performance pressure is the enemy of sleep. Another common piece of advice is just stay in bed and rest. On the surface, it sounds harmless. Rest is good, right? The problem is conditioning. If you spend hours awake in bed, tossing, clock watching, worrying, your brain starts pairing the bed with frustration and alertness. Over time, simply lying down can trigger tension. The bed stops feeling like a cue for sleep and starts feeling like a cue for stress. That's how insomnia becomes self-reinforcing. Then there's the belief that sleep aids are the only real solution. Medication can have a place, especially short-term, but it isn't a cure. Many sleep medications lose effectiveness over time. Some create psychological dependence, where you believe you cannot sleep without them. And most importantly, they don't address the underlying cycle of anxious thinking and conditioned arousal. They may sedate the brain, but they don't retrain it. The common thread in all these myths is control. Trying to force a number, forcing yourself to stay put, forcing sleep chemically. Insomnia improves not through force, but through retraining, consistency, and reducing pressure. Sleep isn't something you win by trying harder. It's something that returns when you stop fighting it. Let's talk about what really works. And it starts with a surprising truth. To fix insomnia, you don't try harder. You try less. One of the most effective treatments for chronic insomnia isn't a pill. It's a therapeutic approach called cognitive behavioral therapy for insomnia, or CBTI. It's a structured, evidence-based treatment that helps retrain both the mind and body to fall asleep naturally again. Here's how it works. First, CBTI addresses the mental side of insomnia. That voice in your head that says you're ruining everything if you don't sleep tonight. It teaches you to challenge that thought. Instead of catastrophizing, you learn to adopt a more balanced mindset, one that's less reactive and more compassionate. It also addresses behavior. Many people with insomnia try to make up for lost sleep by going to bed earlier or sleeping in. But this often makes things worse. It disrupts your body clock and weakens sleep pressure, the natural drive that builds the longer you're awake. One of the counterintuitive tools CBTI uses is sleep restriction. No, it doesn't mean permanently cutting your sleep. It means temporarily matching your time in bed to your actual sleep time, even if that's just 5 hours, to rebuild a strong association between bed and sleep. Once your sleep becomes more consolidated, you gradually increase time in bed. It's like training a dog that forgot how to stay. Short, clear commands, consistency, reinforcement when it works. There's also stimulus control, which is essentially reconditioning. If you can't sleep after about 20 minutes, don't stay in bed. Get up, do something quiet and boring in dim light. Read a dull book, fold laundry, then return to bed only when you feel drowsy again. Over time, this retrains your brain. Bed equals sleep. Relaxation plays a major role too. Practices like progressive muscle relaxation, guided meditation, and deep breathing activate the parasympathetic nervous system, your rest and digest mode. These aren't magic solutions, but they create the physiological conditions that make sleep possible. It's like dimming the lights and quieting the room before a performance. You're giving your body cues that it's time to transition. Consistency is your best friend. That means waking up at the same time every day, no matter what. Yes, even after a rough night. It's tough, but it works. Your circadian rhythm needs a stable anchor. Sleep loves rhythm. When you provide it, sleep responds. It's also helpful to create a wind-down routine, a signal to your nervous system that the day is done. That might mean dimming the lights an hour before bed, turning off screens, sipping herbal tea, reading something gentle, or journaling your thoughts. The point isn't perfection, it's predictability. And perhaps most important of all, Compassion. Insomnia often turns into a self-blame spiral. But your sleep struggle isn't a failure. It's your brain trying to protect you, staying vigilant because it senses threat. CBTI and related strategies help retrain that system to stand down. If insomnia is affecting your work, mood, relationships, or ability to function, talk to a doctor or sleep therapist. CBTI can be delivered in person, online, or even through apps. And for some people, a short course of sleep medication under supervision may be useful as a temporary bridge, but it's rarely the long-term solution. It's also important to rule out other conditions. Sometimes insomnia is a symptom of another sleep disorder, like sleep apnea, restless leg syndrome, or circadian rhythm disorders. A sleep specialist can help determine what's really going on. What about natural remedies? They're not useless, but they're not cures either. Melatonin can help with jet lag or resetting your sleep clock, but it's not particularly effective for general insomnia. Magnesium may support relaxation. Herbal teas can be soothing. Think of them as backup dancers, not the headliner. The real star of the show is behavior. What you do consistently, day after day. Insomnia can make you feel defective, like your brain forgot how to do something everyone else does naturally. But you're not broken. You're caught in a loop, and that loop can be rewired. It won't happen overnight, but it will happen with patience, strategy, and small changes that add up. The goal isn't to force sleep. It's to remove the barriers, quiet the pressure, and let sleep find you again. You wake up, but you can't move. You try to scream, but no sound comes out. You sense a presence in the room, something dark, something watching, maybe sitting on your chest. You're awake, and yet somehow not. If this has happened to you, you've experienced sleep paralysis. It's terrifying, surreal, and steeped in centuries of myth. But science has some compelling answers too. Let's unravel what's happening biologically, psychologically, and culturally when your mind wakes up and your body stays behind. Sleep paralysis is a temporary inability to move or speak that occurs when you're waking up or falling asleep. It lasts a few seconds to a couple of minutes. During it, you're conscious, often vividly aware of your surroundings, but utterly frozen. It's classified as a type of parasomnia, meaning it's a disruptive sleep event. Unlike nightmares or sleepwalking, sleep paralysis strikes in the liminal space, the transition zone between REM sleep and wakefulness. It can be frightening on its own, but what makes it deeply disturbing for many people are the hallucinations. Researchers have found that sleep paralysis often comes with vivid hallucinations, and they tend to fall into a few recurring patterns. The most common is what researchers call the intruder experience. It begins with a feeling, not a sound, not a sight, a feeling. The unmistakable sense that someone is in the room. Your eyes may be open, you may see your bedroom exactly as it is. And yet layered onto that reality is the conviction that something else is present. You might hear faint footsteps, a whisper, breathing that doesn't match your own. Some people report seeing a shadowy figure in the corner. Others sense movement at the edge of their vision. The details vary, but the emotional tone is the same. You are not alone, and whatever is there does not feel friendly. What makes this so powerful is that your fear system is fully online. The amygdala is firing. Your heart may be racing, but your body is still paralyzed in REM atonia. You cannot move. You cannot defend yourself. So, the brain, primed for threat but unable to act, heightens the narrative. Closely related to the intruder experience is what's historically been called the incubus phenomenon. This is the sensation of pressure on the chest as if something is sitting on you, holding you down, or restricting your breathing. It can feel like suffocation, like weight, like doom pressing inward. There's a biological explanation for this. During REM sleep, breathing becomes more shallow and irregular. When you partially wake while still paralyzed, that altered breathing can feel wrong, constricted. Add panic to the mix, and the sensation intensifies. The brain interprets it in the most ancient way it knows how. Something is on me. Then there is a third category, very different in tone. Vestibular motor or out-of-body experiences. Instead of a presence in the room, the sensation shifts inward. People report floating above their bodies, drifting through walls, flying, spinning, or being pulled upward. The room may feel distorted or expanded. Gravity seems optional. For some, these episodes are terrifying. For others, they are strangely peaceful, even euphoric. The same neurological overlap between dreaming and waking that produces shadow figures can also produce the sensation of leaving the body. It depends on which sensory systems are most active during the transition. What is striking is not just how vivid these experiences are, but how consistent they are across cultures and centuries. Long before neuroscience had a name for REM atonia, and people tried to explain what felt undeniably real. In Japan, the experience is called kanashibari, believed to be caused by spirits immobilizing the sleeper. In parts of Nigeria, the Yoruba describe it as the devil riding your back. Scandinavian folklore tells of a mare, a night demon that sits on the chest and steals breath. In the United States, similar episodes helped shape early alien abduction narratives, complete with paralysis, presence, and hovering figures. Despite cultural differences and different explanations, the core experience is strikingly universal. A frozen body, a sensed presence, a weight on the chest. The universality is what makes it so compelling. Human brains across geography and history produce remarkably similar stories when caught between REM and wakefulness. It feels supernatural because it hijacks the systems designed to detect threat and agency. But at its core, it is a perfectly natural brain state misaligned by a few seconds. A glitch in timing. And once you understand the mechanics, the shadow loses some of its shape. But what's actually happening? Let's bring in the science. During REM sleep, your brain is highly active, but your body is essentially paralyzed. This is called REM atonia, and it's a safety feature. It prevents you from acting out your dreams. Sleep paralysis happens when this mechanism lingers into wakefulness. Your brain wakes up, at least the conscious part, but your body remains locked in REM mode. You're alert enough to perceive your environment, but still stuck in a dreamlike brain state. This hybrid condition creates a mix of reality and hallucination. The fear response, powered by the amygdala, activates intensely. Your fight or flight system revs up, but you can't fight or flee. So your brain improvises. It fills in the sensory gaps with thread-based logic. Add darkness, disorientation, possibly laboured breathing or sleep apnea, and your brain constructs a narrative. There's someone here. They're sitting on me. I'm going to die. It feels real because your fear circuitry is fully online. But it's a glitch, not a ghost. Sleep paralysis can happen to anyone, but some people are more prone to it. Risk factors include sleep deprivation, irregular sleep schedules, jet lag or shift work, sleeping on your back, high stress or anxiety, and other sleep disorders such as narcolepsy. Some people experience it once or twice in a lifetime. Others have chronic episodes, sometimes weekly. There's also a strong link between sleep paralysis and people who have vivid dreams, frequent nightmares, or lucid dreams. The more active and intense your REM life, the blurrier the boundary between sleep and waking can become. If you've experienced sleep paralysis, you know how helpless it can feel. But there are ways to reduce its frequency and manage its intensity. First, prioritize sleep hygiene. A consistent sleep schedule, going to bed, and waking at the same time every day stabilizes REM cycles and reduces the chance of waking in the middle of one. Most cases of sleep paralysis happen during fragmented sleep. Avoid stimulants like caffeine or nicotine late in the day. Reduce alcohol, which disrupts REM sleep and can lead to rebound effects. Create a sleep environment that's quiet, cool, and dark. Try not to sleep on your back. Many episodes occur in this position, possibly due to how gravity affects breathing and muscle tone. If you feel an episode beginning, perhaps you're half awake and sensing it, focus on controlled breathing. Shift your attention to wiggling a toe or finger. Small movements can help break the paralysis. If you're comfortable, try reframing the experience. For people with recurrent episodes, recognizing that it's a physiological phenomenon, not a supernatural attack, can reduce fear and help maintain calm during the event. Interestingly, some people have learned to use sleep paralysis as a launchpad into lucid dreaming or out-of-body experiences. By staying calm and allowing the transition to continue, they consciously enter a dream state. It's not for everyone, especially if anxiety is high, but it shows how flexible the boundary between waking and dreaming can be. Ultimately, sleep paralysis is a glitch in an incredibly complex system. Your brain is shifting gears between dreaming and waking, and occasionally it stalls. It is terrifying in the moment, but it passes. And understanding what's happening robs the darkness of some of its power. Picture this. It's 2 a.m. You get out of bed, shuffle to the kitchen, open the fridge, maybe grab a snack. But you're fast asleep. You wake up later with crumbs in your bed and no memory of how they got there. This isn't a dream. This is sleepwalking. It's eerie, it's mysterious, and it's surprisingly common. Sleepwalking or somnambulism is a type of parasomnia, just like sleep paralysis. But where paralysis keeps you frozen in place, sleepwalking turns your body loose while your mind is offline. It typically occurs during non-REM stage 3, deep, slow-wave sleep. This is important because it means sleepwalking is not dreaming. The brain is in a very different state than during REM sleep, where most vivid dreams occur. In fact, sleepwalking happens when the brain is partially awake enough to move, awake enough to walk, but not awake enough to form new memories or make conscious decisions. It's as if the motor system comes online while the thinking brain stays on mute. Most episodes are short and harmless. A sleepwalker might sit up in bed, mumble, walk around the room, or go to the bathroom. But some engage in more complex and sometimes dangerous behaviours. Preparing food, moving furniture, trying to leave the house, driving. Yes, it happens. Sleepwalkers usually have their eyes open but glazed, and they can be difficult to wake. If they do wake, they're often confused, disoriented, and have no memory of what just occurred. Sleepwalking is most common in children, particularly between the ages of 4 and 12. This isn't random. Children spend a greater proportion of the night in deep, slow-wave sleep than adults do. Their brains are still maturing, especially in regions responsible for impulse control, emotional regulation, and executive function. That immaturity makes the boundaries between sleep stages a little less stable. As the brain develops and deep sleep becomes more regulated during adolescence, most children naturally grow out of it. But it doesn't always disappear. In adults, sleepwalking is less common, but when it persists, it's more likely to be chronic or associated with other factors such as stress, trauma, sleep disorders, or neurological vulnerabilities. Genetics plays a surprisingly strong role. Studies suggest that if one parent sleepwalked, a child has a significantly higher chance of doing so. If both parents did, the risk increases even more. Twin studies also show higher concordance rates in identical twins compared to fraternal twins, pointing to a heritable component. In other words, some brains are simply wired with a lower threshold for partial arousal during deep sleep. Triggers and risk factors often revolve around anything that disrupts sleep stability. Sleep deprivation is one of the biggest. When you're overtired, the brain compensates by increasing the intensity of slow-wave sleep. That deeper sleep can become more unstable, increasing the chance of incomplete awakenings. Stress and anxiety also play a role. Heightened arousal during the day can carry into the night, making transitions between sleep stages less smooth. Fever, especially in children, can alter brain activity and deepen slow-wave sleep, which may explain why febrile illnesses often trigger episodes. Alcohol and sedatives complicate things further. While they may initially make you feel sleepy, they fragment sleep architecture and can provoke abnormal arousals during deep sleep. Certain medications, particularly those affecting the central nervous system, have also been linked to increased parasomnia activity. Underlying sleep disorders matter too. Conditions like sleep apnea create repeated micro-awakenings throughout the night. These brief disruptions can trigger partial arousals from deep sleep, setting the stage for sleepwalking. Restless leg syndrome can have a similar destabilizing effect. It's estimated that roughly 1 in 3 people will sleepwalk at least once in their lifetime. For most, it's isolated and harmless. About 1 to 2% of adults experience it regularly, and for them, it can become disruptive or even risky. To understand why it happens, you have to look closely at what deep sleep actually is. During slow-wave sleep, the brain enters a highly synchronized state. Large, slow delta waves sweep across the cortex. Conscious awareness drops dramatically. Sensory input from the outside world is dampened, Muscle tone is reduced but not eliminated, unlike in REM sleep. The brain is deeply offline, but the body is still capable of movement. Sleepwalking appears to occur during what researchers call a disorder of arousal. The brain doesn't fully wake up. Instead, certain regions activate while others remain in deep sleep. Neuroimaging studies suggest that motor areas, including the motor cortex and parts of the cerebellum, can become active. Meanwhile, the prefrontal cortex, responsible for judgment, self-awareness, and decision-making, stays largely offline. The hippocampus, critical for memory formation, also remains subdued. That's why sleepwalkers can perform coordinated actions but have no memory of them afterward. It's a state of dissociation within the brain itself. Some networks are awake enough to move the body through space. Others are still immersed in slow-wave sleep. There is no unified conscious self directing the action. They are functioning, but not consciously. It's like a computer partially rebooting. The background systems come online, but the main user interface never loads. Commands are executed, but no one is fully present to supervise them. That split brain state is what makes sleepwalking so strange and so fascinating. Most of the time, sleepwalking is more startling than harmful. But risks do exist. Walking into walls or downstairs, leaving the house, operating appliances or vehicles, injuring oneself or others unintentionally. There are also rare legal cases in which sleepwalking has been used as a defense for violent or inappropriate behavior. These cases are controversial and complex, but they highlight how far beyond a simple midnight stroll sleepwalking can go. So, what can you do if you or someone you live with is a sleepwalker? The first step is stabilizing sleep itself. Sleep deprivation is one of the strongest triggers for parasomnias because it intensifies slow-wave sleep and increases the likelihood of partial arousals. When the brain is overtired, it dives deeper into restorative sleep, but those deep stages can become unstable. That instability is often where sleepwalking begins. A consistent sleep schedule helps regulate this. Going to bed and waking up at roughly the same time each day strengthens your circadian rhythm and smooths transitions between sleep stages. Limit caffeine in the afternoon and evening, since it blocks adenosine, the chemical that builds sleep pressure. Reduce alcohol, which fragments sleep and increases abnormal arousals later in the night. And create a wind-down routine that signals safety to the nervous system. Dim lights, step away from screens. Do something repetitive and calming. Predictability helps the brain feel secure enough to stay asleep. The second piece is stress regulation. Stress does not just affect your thoughts, it alters your autonomic nervous system. Elevated cortisol and heightened sympathetic activity during the day can bleed into the night, making deep sleep more prone to disruption. Relaxation techniques such as progressive muscle relaxation, slow breathing exercises, or mindfulness meditation help activate the parasympathetic nervous system. Therapy can also be useful, particularly if anxiety or unresolved emotional tension is contributing to sleep fragmentation. The calmer the nervous system, the more stable deep sleep becomes. Then there is safety, which is practical and essential. Most sleepwalking episodes are harmless, but injury risk increases when the environment is not secure. Lock doors and windows. If necessary, place simple door alarms or motion sensors. Remove sharp objects or clutter from walkways. If stairs are involved, consider safety gates. In rare but serious cases, families may temporarily relocate sleeping arrangements to minimize risk. The goal is not fear, it is prevention. If you encounter someone sleepwalking, try not to panic. It is not dangerous to wake them, but it can be confusing and distressing. Abrupt awakening may trigger agitation because their brain is still partly in deep sleep. Instead, speak calmly and gently, guide them back to bed. Use simple, clear phrases. Avoid shaking or shouting unless there is immediate danger. For recurrent or severe episodes, especially in adults, it is worth consulting a sleep specialist. A sleep study, called polysomnography, can help identify underlying contributors such as sleep apnea, periodic limb movement disorder, or other parasomnias. In some cases, treating the root cause dramatically reduces episodes. Behavioral strategies are usually the first line of treatment. In children with predictable episodes, something called scheduled awakenings can be effective. This involves gently waking the child about 15 to 20 minutes before a typical episode would occur, then allowing them to fall back asleep. This interrupts the deep sleep cycle just enough to prevent the parasomnia without fully disrupting rest. Medication is rarely the first step, but in cases where sleepwalking is frequent, dangerous, or linked to other disorders, a doctor may consider options that stabilize deep sleep or reduce abnormal arousals. This is always done cautiously and under supervision. The overall principle is simple. Sleepwalking is a disorder of arousal. The more stable and well-regulated the sleep architecture, the less likely those incomplete awakenings are to happen. You cannot force the brain to behave perfectly at night, but you can create conditions that make stability far more likely. And most of the time, with maturity, consistency, and reduced stress, the wandering brain learns to stay still. Sleepwalking is one of the strangest things a brain can do, acting without full consciousness, moving through the world while the self is offline. It reminds us that sleep is not an off switch. It's a dynamic, layered state where different parts of the brain operate on different timelines. Whether it's a child wandering the hallway or an adult making toast at 3 a.m., with no memory of it, sleepwalking is both eerie and oddly poetic. A sleep state that doesn't want to stay still. Now, let's step into one of the most misunderstood and often misrepresented sleep disorders out there. A condition that blurs the boundaries between waking and dreaming in a way few can imagine. Narcolepsy isn't just about being sleepy. It's not about being lazy, bored, or too tired to care. It's a chronic neurological condition that disrupts how the brain regulates sleep and wakefulness. And for those who live with it, it's a daily dance between control and surrender. Narcolepsy is often portrayed in media as a punchline. Someone suddenly falling asleep mid-sentence, face planting into their lunch, or drifting off dramatically during a meeting. But the reality is far more complex and far more nuanced. At its core, narcolepsy is a neurological disorder that disrupts the brain's ability to control sleep-wake cycles. People with narcolepsy may experience excessive daytime sleepiness, sudden sleep attacks, vivid hallucinations, sleep paralysis, and in some cases, something called cataplexy, a sudden loss of muscle tone triggered by strong emotions such as laughter, surprise, or anger. Imagine walking through your day, never quite knowing if the next moment will pull you under like a wave. a sudden, inescapable descent into REM sleep, even when you're trying to stay awake. It's disorienting, sometimes frightening, and always exhausting. There are two main types of narcolepsy. Type 1 narcolepsy, which includes cataplexy, is linked to a loss of a brain chemical called hypocretin, also known as orexin, which helps regulate arousal and alertness. Type 2 involves many of the same symptoms but without cataplexy, and typically with normal or only slightly reduced hypocretin levels. No one chooses this. No one wants it. And yet many people with narcolepsy go years before receiving a proper diagnosis. Why? Because excessive daytime sleepiness is often dismissed. It's attributed to stress, laziness, or poor sleep habits. Hallucinations and sleep paralysis may be mistaken for anxiety disorders or even psychosis. Unless you know what to look for, it can be difficult to connect the dots. But those who live with it know. They know the deep, bone-heavy fatigue, the confusion of waking dreams intruding into daily life, the fear of falling asleep at work, in class, or behind the wheel. It's important to remember this isn't about willpower. People with narcolepsy aren't sleepier because they stayed up too late. Their brains are misregulating REM sleep, allowing it to intrude into wakefulness and disrupting nighttime sleep in return. Sleep attacks can happen without warning. A person might be speaking, reading, or eating, and suddenly they're gone. Sometimes for seconds, sometimes longer. Enough to disrupt, enough to derail, enough to make daily life feel like walking a tightrope in a windstorm. Then there's cataplexy, perhaps the most surreal symptom. It isn't exactly falling asleep, it's remaining conscious while your muscles suddenly give way. Knees buckle, arms drop, speech slurs, and it's almost always triggered by emotion. Imagine laughing and collapsing, being surprised and sinking to the floor. It's REM muscle atonia, the same paralysis that normally protects you during dreaming, spilling into the waking world. Is the dream state breaking through where it doesn't belong? So what causes narcolepsy? Research strongly suggests that type 1 narcolepsy is an autoimmune condition. The immune system mistakenly attacks the brain cells in the hypothalamus that produce hypocretin. Hypocretin plays a critical role in stabilizing wakefulness and preventing sudden transitions into REM sleep. Without enough of it, the boundaries between sleep stages weaken. Narcolepsy typically begins between ages 10 and 25, but it can appear later as well. It affects people across all backgrounds. It is frequently misdiagnosed or underdiagnosed, and while it doesn't go away, it can be managed. There is currently no cure, but treatment options exist. Stimulant medications can improve alertness. Certain antidepressants can reduce cataplexy and REM-related symptoms. Sodium oxybate may help stabilize nighttime sleep and reduce daytime symptoms. Equally important are lifestyle adjustments, scheduled short naps, consistent sleep routines, support networks, honest conversations with employers or schools, and a great deal of patience. And then there are the dreams. People with narcolepsy often experience exceptionally vivid, emotional, and sometimes frightening dreams. Their REM cycles begin unusually quickly, sometimes within minutes of falling asleep. This early REM onset can make dream content feel closer to the surface of consciousness. They may wake unsure of what was real and what was imagined. When vivid dreaming overlaps with sleep paralysis or hallucinations, it can be haunting. But understanding changes everything. Awareness leads to compassion. And for people with narcolepsy, being believed, being seen, is half the battle. If you live with narcolepsy or love someone who does, know this: it's not all in your head. You are not lazy. You are not weak. You are navigating a nervous system where the usual rules of sleep and wakefulness don't apply. And that requires resilience. No one chooses a brain that doesn't follow the clock. No one asks for a body that short-circuits its own rhythm. But with science, support, and understanding, we can shift the narrative. And that shift matters. Now we're pausing on a strange little glitch in consciousness. The eerie, fleeting sensation that you've been here before. You walk into a room, hear someone speak, glance at the pattern on the wall, and suddenly your stomach flips. You've experienced this exact moment before. Not just similar, identical. You know what's coming next, even if just for a second. That's deja vu. It feels like memory, intuition, time travel, or maybe even a dream leaking into reality. But what is it really? Deja vu is French for already seen. It describes the uncanny feeling that a current experience, a place, a moment, a phrase, is a repeat of something you've already lived through. It's not a memory you can consciously retrieve. It's not something you clearly recognize. But it feels familiar in a way that hits your body before your brain has time to explain it. Deja vu is surprisingly common. Studies suggest that about 60 to 70% of people experience it at least once in their lives, often during youth and young adulthood. It's more frequent when you're tired, stressed, or mentally overstimulated. In other words, when your brain is slightly off its usual rhythm. It typically lasts just a few seconds, and as soon as you try to analyze it, poof, it vanishes. To understand déjà vu, we need to talk about how the brain handles memory. Specifically, the difference between familiarity and recollection. Memory isn't a single process. It's a network of systems. One part of your brain helps you recall specific details about past events. That's recollection. Another part generates the feeling that something is known, even if you can't place it. That's familiarity. These processes are handled in different brain regions. The hippocampus plays a central role in forming new memories and retrieving old ones. The surrounding medial temporal structures, including areas of the rhinal cortex, are involved in generating that sense of familiarity. Deja vu may occur when the familiarity system activates without a matching memory to support it. In other words, your brain raises a "this feels familiar" flag, but your memory archive comes up empty. That mismatch creates the strange sensation that you've lived the moment before, even when you haven't. So, what causes it? There are several leading theories. One is the dual processing glitch theory. According to this idea, déjà vu results from a brief delay or misfiring in the brain's perceptual systems. If one stream of sensory information is processed milliseconds behind another, your brain might interpret the second signal as a replay rather than new input. It's like seeing the same footage twice because of a tiny neural lag. Another theory suggests neural overlap with real memories. A new experience may closely resemble a past event, but not enough to trigger full recall. Your brain detects the similarity, but can't retrieve the original memory. The result is a vague but powerful sense of repetition. Then there's the temporal lobe theory. The medial temporal lobe is heavily involved in memory processing. In people with temporal lobe epilepsy, electrical stimulation of this region can produce intense feelings of deja vu. This has led researchers to speculate that everyday deja vu may be caused by small, harmless bursts of neural activity in memory circuits. Not a seizure in the clinical sense for most people, but a momentary spark in the system. It's not dangerous, but it is strange. Now let's talk about dreams. Many people report experiencing deja vu that feels connected not to waking memories but to dreams. As in, I'm sure I dreamed this exact conversation. There are a couple of ways to think about this. One is the dream overlap theory. Dreams often contain distorted, blended, or loosely structured environments and conversations. The details are stored fuzzily. Later, when something in waking life resembles that dream fragment, the familiarity system lights up. The brain recognizes the pattern, even if you can't consciously retrieve the dream. Another possibility is unconscious priming. Even when you don't remember your dreams, they may subtly shape your expectations and internal simulations. If your brain has already rehearsed a scenario during sleep, encountering something similar in waking life might feel pre-seen. In both cases, deja vu could be your waking mind brushing up against a trace of sleep. Of course, science isn't the only voice in this conversation. Deja vu has fascinated philosophers, mystics, and storytellers for centuries. It's been described as a glimpse into parallel realities, evidence of past lives, proof of fate, or echoes from other dimensions. There's no empirical evidence for those interpretations, but they resonate because deja vu feels mystical. It feels like a crack in the ordinary flow of time, a moment where something deeper flickers beneath the surface. In fiction, from The Matrix to Stranger Things, deja vu is often portrayed as a glitch in reality, a moment where the system stutters and something hidden peeks through. Can you trigger deja vu? Not reliably. And that unpredictability is part of its mystique. Researchers have attempted to recreate it in lab settings using virtual reality. By presenting participants with environments that subtly resemble previously seen scenes, but with small changes, they can sometimes induce familiarity without recognition. It's close, but there's still no guaranteed formula. Interestingly, people who are highly imaginative, prone to daydreaming, or frequent vivid dreamers tend to report more deja vu. Perhaps for some minds, the boundary between memory and imagination is simply thinner. Deja vu doesn't last long. It doesn't come with answers. But in those few seconds, it delivers something rare. A sense of depth. A shimmer of mystery. A subtle ripple in the fabric of normal time. Maybe it's just a brain hiccup. Maybe it's dream echoes. Maybe it's neither. Or both. Whatever the cause, deja vu reminds us that consciousness is not as seamless as it feels. And sometimes, for reasons we can't quite explain, it loops. Now we're entering the uncanny. the shadowy space where perception cracks and the unreal feels vividly real. Hallucinations are often associated with mental illness, psychedelics, or the paranormal. But they're also surprisingly common, and in some cases deeply tied to sleep, dreaming, and deprivation. A hallucination is a perception in the absence of external stimuli. You see, hear, smell, feel, or even taste something that isn't actually there. Unlike a dream, which unfolds during sleep, hallucinations occur while you're awake. But like dreams, they feel real. They can be brief and subtle, or immersive and overwhelming. Hallucinations come in many forms. Visual hallucinations involve seeing people, shapes, lights, colours, or full scenes. Auditory hallucinations involve hearing voices, music, knocking, or whispers. Tactile hallucinations involve physical sensations such as touches, pressure, or the feeling of insects crawling on the skin. Olfactory hallucinations involve smelling scents that aren't present. Gustatory hallucinations involve tasting things without eating anything. Some people experience one type, others experience multiple, and while hallucinations can be distressing, not all of them are pathological. At the neurological level, hallucinations are a kind of perceptual misfire. Sensory areas of the brain become active without corresponding input from the outside world. Auditory hallucinations often involve overactivity in the auditory cortex. Visual hallucinations involve activation in the visual one. In both cases, the brain behaves as though it is receiving sensory data, even when it isn't. The default mode network, the system involved in imagination, memory, and internal thought, may blur into sensory networks. Some researchers believe hallucinations occur when the brain's reality monitoring system falters, the mechanism that normally distinguishes internally generated thoughts from externally generated perceptions. When that filter weakens, imagination can leak into perception. This can happen across many conditions, from schizophrenia to grief, from sensory deprivation to sleep loss. One of the most common non-pathological triggers for hallucinations is extreme sleep deprivation. When you go too long without sleep, typically beyond 24 to 72 hours, the brain begins to destabilize in predictable ways. You may experience micro-dreams, brief dreamlike fragments intruding into waking life. You may have hypnagogic hallucinations as you're falling asleep, or hypnopompic hallucinations as you're waking up. These transitional hallucinations are relatively common and often harmless. But after prolonged wakefulness, hallucinations can intensify. People may see shadowy figures, hear whispers or music, or feel watched. These are not signs of going crazy. They are signs of a brain deprived of REM sleep and deep restoration. Sleep deprivation reduces activity in the prefrontal cortex, the region responsible for rational thought and executive control. At the same time, it increases activity in the limbic system, especially the amygdala, which processes fear and emotional salience. Logic decreases, emotion increases. That imbalance creates the perfect conditions for misperception. Beyond sleep loss, hallucinations can occur in a wide range of contexts. Mental health conditions such as schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, and severe depression can involve hallucinations. Neurological disorders such as Parkinson's disease, Lewy body dementia, and epilepsy may also produce them. Substances can trigger hallucinations as well. Alcohol withdrawal, psychedelics, stimulants, and certain medications can alter perception. Prolonged sensory deprivation, such as extended isolation in darkness or silence, can lead the brain to generate its own input. Trauma and grief can also produce hallucinatory experiences. Some grieving individuals report hearing or seeing loved ones who have passed. These are known as bereavement hallucinations and are more common than many realize. There is also a condition called Charles Bonnet syndrome, in which people who have lost significant vision experience vivid visual hallucinations. Their brains, deprived of visual input, begin generating images on their own. It illustrates just how eager the mind is to construct reality when sensory information is lacking. Dreaming and hallucinating are not the same, but they are neighbors in the brain. Dreams are internally generated simulations that occur primarily during REM sleep. Hallucinations are internally generated simulations that intrude into waking consciousness. Both involve activation of sensory cortices without external stimuli. Both demonstrate that perception is not passive. The brain does not simply record reality, it interprets it, predicts it, and constructs it. When that predictive system destabilizes, whether through sleep loss, illness, trauma, or chemical changes, hallucinations can emerge. Are all hallucinations negative? Not necessarily. Some are neutral. Some are comforting. Some grieving individuals find solace in hearing a loved one's voice. Some artists and musicians describe visual or auditory phenomena that inspire creativity. Certain meditation practices can produce vivid, internally generated imagery. In various cultural and spiritual traditions, hallucinatory experiences are interpreted as meaningful or sacred rather than pathological. Context matters. Meaning matters. The relationship a person has with the experience matters. But if hallucinations are distressing, persistent, or interfering with daily life, seeking medical support is important. There are treatments available, and no one should have to navigate frightening perceptual changes alone. Hallucinations remind us of something fundamental. The line between reality and imagination is thinner than we like to believe. Our brains are not cameras, they are storytellers. And sometimes, when the system is strained, the story spills into the room. When sleep is steady, perception holds. When sleep frays, the narrative can unravel. So protect your mind's balance. Rest it, nourish it, let it dream, and then let it return. Now, we're zooming in on a sleep condition that doesn't always make headlines, but for those who live with it, it can feel like their own body is working against them every single night. Restless leg syndrome. The name might sound minor, maybe even a little quirky, but talk to anyone who lives with it and you'll hear a very different story. It's not just fidgeting, it's not a habit. It's a deeply uncomfortable, often maddening neurological condition that can leave you physically and emotionally exhausted, especially when all you want is a good night's rest. Restless leg syndrome, or RLS, also known as Willis-Ekbom disease, is a condition characterized by an irresistible urge to move the legs, usually accompanied by strange, unpleasant sensations. It tends to begin or worsen in the evening. It flares up when you're resting, and it peaks at night, precisely when you're trying to sleep. It doesn't always hurt, though some people do report pain. More often, it's described as tingling, crawling, buzzing, itching, pulling, or deep pressure. The sensation seems to originate inside the legs, not on the surface. And the only way to make it stop, even temporarily, is to move. So you do. You stretch, you pace, you rub your calves, you kick the blankets off and back on. The moment you become still, the sensation creeps back in. And this can repeat for hours, stealing sleep, draining energy, and eroding patience. RLS affects millions of people. Estimates suggest that up to 10% of the population experiences symptoms to some degree. It can occur at any age, but it becomes more common as people get older. For some, it's occasional and mild. For others, it's chronic and relentless. Many people live with it for years before receiving a diagnosis. Why? Because it's difficult to describe. And when symptoms sound vague, they're easy to dismiss. But science is catching up. Researchers believe RLS is closely linked to dysfunction in the brain's dopamine system, the same system that regulates movement. Dopamine helps transmit signals between nerve cells that control muscle activity. When dopamine signaling is disrupted, the brain may generate abnormal sensory and motor urges. Iron plays a crucial role here. Iron is essential for proper dopamine production and function. Studies have shown that many people with RLS have low levels of iron in the brain, even when standard blood tests appear normal. This suggests that the issue isn't always total body iron deficiency, but impaired iron transport or storage in specific brain regions involved in movement regulation. That subtle imbalance can have a significant impact on sleep. Other factors can intensify RLS or trigger it in susceptible individuals. It is more common during pregnancy, especially in the third trimester, likely due to hormonal shifts and iron demands. Chronic kidney disease is a known risk factor, so are certain neurological and autoimmune conditions. Some medications can worsen symptoms, including antihistamines, certain antidepressants, antipsychotics, and dopamine-blocking drugs. Genetic predisposition also plays a role. RLS often runs in families. Then there are lifestyle contributors. Caffeine can aggravate symptoms. Alcohol can fragment sleep and intensify nighttime discomfort. And sleep deprivation itself makes RLS worse. That creates a vicious cycle. You can't sleep because your legs won't let you. And the more sleep deprived you become, the more intense the symptoms feel. Round and around it goes. For many people, this continues for years without treatment. The condition is underdiagnosed because it can resemble anxiety, restlessness, or simply being unable to relax. But for those who experience it, it is neurological, not psychological. It is not a lack of discipline. It is a misfiring signal. The good news is that RLS can be managed. The first step is proper evaluation. If you regularly feel an overwhelming urge to move your legs during periods of rest, especially in the evening, and movement brings temporary relief, it's worth consulting a sleep specialist or neurologist. Doctors often check ferritin levels, a measure of stored iron, and review sleep patterns, medications, and family history. Even if general iron levels appear normal, ferritin may be low. Supplementation may be recommended, but it must be done carefully under medical supervision, as excessive iron can be harmful. For moderate to severe cases, Medications may help. Some drugs act on dopamine pathways to stabilize signaling. Others, such as certain anticonvulsants, reduce abnormal nerve activity and dampen sensory discomfort. However, treatment requires careful monitoring. Some dopamine-based medications can lead to augmentation, a phenomenon where symptoms start earlier in the day or spread to other parts of the body. Because of this, treatment often involves ongoing adjustment. Lifestyle adjustments are equally important. Good sleep hygiene supports nervous system stability. A consistent bedtime and wake time, limiting caffeine and alcohol in the evening, creating a calm, cool, dark sleep environment. Regular moderate exercise can reduce symptoms, especially walking, stretching, or yoga. Many people find relief with leg massages, warm baths, heating pads, or cold compresses. Some benefit from compression devices or vibrating pads. Small changes can make a difference, but perhaps most important of all is validation. People with RLS do not need to be told to just relax or sit still. This is not about willpower, it is about neural circuitry. Living with RLS means building a toolkit, learning your triggers, tracking patterns, giving your nervous system every opportunity to stabilize. It may mean warm socks, evening stretches, doctors who listen. If your legs have ever felt like they're staging a quiet rebellion just as you're trying to drift off, you are not alone. And you are not imagining it. There is help. There are strategies. And yes, there is hope for peaceful sleep. Now we're blurring the line between waking and dreaming. Not all dreams happen at night. Sometimes they drift in on a lazy afternoon during a lecture, in traffic, or mid-sentence, while you're still nodding and pretending to listen. That's daydreaming, the brain's favourite mental getaway. But don't let its casual reputation fool you. Daydreaming is a cognitive superpower. It fuels creativity, problem-solving, emotional processing, and it might just be the origin point for some of your most meaningful nighttime dreams. Daydreaming is a form of spontaneous, self-generated thought. It's what happens when your attention drifts away from the external world and turns inward toward imagined scenarios, memories, plans, or fantasies. Unlike nighttime dreaming, which occurs primarily during REM sleep, daydreaming happens during wakefulness. It's most likely to arise during moments of low stimulation or routine tasks. It's your brain on idle, but in the best possible way. You're awake, but your mind is elsewhere. And we do it more than we realize. Research suggests that our minds wander anywhere from 30 to 50% of our waking hours. That might sound like a flaw in the system, but it's actually a sign of cognitive flexibility. When you're not focused on a demanding task, your brain shifts into what's called the default mode network, or DMN. This network connects regions involved in memory, imagination, and self-reflection. It becomes active when you think about yourself, revisit the past, imagine the future, or consider the perspectives of others. In other words, the DMN is the control room of daydreaming. Brain imaging studies show that when people report their minds have wandered, the DMN becomes highly active. But it's not chaotic. It's organized, purposeful, and deeply integrated with other cognitive systems. Daydreaming serves several important functions. It boosts creativity, Free association and mental wandering often lead to novel ideas. Many scientific discoveries, inventions, and artistic breakthroughs have emerged during moments of mind wandering. It also enhances problem solving. Ever had an aha moment in the shower or while walking aimlessly? That's your unconscious processing a problem in the background while your focused attention takes a break. And of course, it supports emotional processing. Daydreams allow us to rehearse conversations, replay emotional events, and experiment with different outcomes. They give us space to process feelings in a safe internal environment. It helps with future planning. We simulate possibilities, test strategies, and imagine different versions of ourselves. This mental rehearsal prepares us for real-life action. In short, daydreaming isn't mental laziness. It's mental simulation. It's your brain doing quiet, creative work behind the scenes. That said, not all daydreams are the same. Psychologists often categorize them based on tone and content. Positive, constructive daydreaming is imaginative and playful. It includes fantasizing about a future trip, inventing a story, or imagining your Oscar acceptance speech. Dysphoric or guilt-based daydreaming leans toward rumination, worry, or self-criticism. These mental loops can be emotionally draining and are often associated with anxiety or depression. Then there's poor attentional control, where thoughts feel fragmented and intrusive. This pattern is sometimes linked to ADHD or cognitive overload. The goal isn't to eliminate daydreaming, it's to become aware of how and why your mind is drifting. Like most brain functions, daydreaming exists on a spectrum. For a small group of people, it can become excessive or disruptive. Maladaptive daydreaming is a proposed condition in which individuals engage in vivid, elaborate fantasies for hours a day, often at the expense of real-world functioning. It can interfere with relationships, academic performance, work, and emotional well-being. While it isn't yet formally recognized in major diagnostic manuals, research is growing. For those affected, therapy and mindfulness practices can help restore balance. For most of us, though, daydreaming is not a problem. It's part of the brain's natural rhythm. And yes, you can daydream intentionally. This is where constructive mind wandering and visualization come in. Athletes use it to mentally rehearse performance. Creatives use it to imagine scenes, sounds, and emotions. Therapists use a guided imagery to support healing and emotional integration. This isn't zoning out, it's tuning inward. So are daydreams and night dreams connected? They might be. Both draw from memory, imagination, and emotion. Both loosen strict logical control. During both states, activity in the prefrontal cortex, the region responsible for rigid structure and realism, decreases slightly. That loosening allows for metaphor, symbolism, and creative blending. Your daytime mind wandering may influence your nighttime dreams. Spend all day thinking about something, and there's a good chance it will show up after dark. The bridge runs both ways. In a culture obsessed with productivity, daydreaming often gets dismissed as distraction. But stepping away from focused thought isn't failure, it's neurological balance. It's how your brain integrates experience. It's how it blends logic with imagination, structure with possibility. So the next time you catch yourself drifting, don't immediately pull yourself back. Maybe your mind is solving something quietly. Maybe it's soothing an old wound. Maybe it's sketching your next big idea. Let it wander. Let it play. Now we're cracking open the fun side of dreaming, the interpretive side, the mysterious, meaning-filled side. And just to be clear, we're not here to claim that dreaming your teeth fall out means you're definitely losing control of your life, or that flying means you're secretly about to win the lottery. But let's be honest. Part of the magic of dreaming is wondering what it might mean, even if it's just for fun. When people talk about interpreting dreams, there are usually two camps: those who see it as profound and symbolic, and those who see it as entertaining, but essentially nonsense. The truth probably sits somewhere in the middle. Dreams don't come with subtitles, they don't speak in plain language. They communicate in metaphor, feeling, distortion, and symbols that might mean something completely different to you than they would to anyone else. And yet patterns emerge. Archetypes appear. Repeated motifs show up across cultures, centuries, and human lives. Why do so many people dream of being chased, of falling, of losing their teeth? What is it about these scenarios that feel so universal? Let's walk through some of the most commonly reported dream themes, not as hard truths, but as invitations, lenses through which you might explore what your subconscious could be whispering. Take the classic teeth falling out dream. You're standing in front of a mirror or mid-conversation and suddenly your teeth crumble, loosen, or drop into your hands. It's unsettling, sometimes downright horrifying. These dreams often show up during periods of vulnerability. They're commonly linked to insecurity, loss of control, or anxiety about appearance and self-image. For some, it's about communication, a fear of saying the wrong thing, or feeling that your words have lost their power. During major life transitions, when identity feels shaky or exposed, this dream tends to surface. It's less about dentistry and more about dignity. Then there are the being chased dreams. You're running through streets, forests, endless corridors. Something is behind you. Sometimes faceless, sometimes monstrous, sometimes just a presence you can feel but never fully see. You wake, breathless. These dreams often arise when you're avoiding something in waking life. A hard conversation, a responsibility, a truth you don't want to face. The chase becomes a physical metaphor for psychological evasion. Your mind turns emotional pressure into pursuit. On the opposite end of the spectrum sits the flying dream. You're soaring above rooftops, arms stretched wide, untethered from gravity. These dreams can feel euphoric, almost transcendent. Flying often symbolizes freedom, ambition, or rising above a difficult situation. But context matters. Is the flight effortless and joyful? Or are you flapping desperately, struggling to stay in the air? Sometimes flying reflects liberation. Other times it hints at escape, a desire to lift away from something heavy in your waking life. And then gravity returns with the falling dream. You're standing on a cliff, a ladder, or sometimes nothing at all, and suddenly the ground disappears. The drop is abrupt. The jolt wakes you. Falling dreams frequently appear during times of instability. Starting a new job, navigating relationship shifts, facing uncertainty. Your subconscious translates that loss of footing into literal descent. It's the body's way of saying, I don't feel steady. few dreams capture vulnerability, quite like the naked in public scenario. You're at school, at work, at a party, and suddenly you realize you're exposed. No one else seems to notice, but you are acutely aware. Mortified. These dreams often speak to emotional exposure rather than physical nudity. They reflect fear of judgment, fear of being seen too clearly, or of being unprepared in a situation that matters. Similarly, the dreaded exam dream taps into performance anxiety. You're seated at a desk. The test begins. You haven't studied. Your pencil breaks. The clock ticks too fast. Even people decades out of school have this dream. Why? Because school was often our first experience of evaluation, of being measured. That imprint lingers. When life presents a moment that feels like a test, your brain reaches for a familiar metaphor. Missing a train or flight carries a different flavour of stress. You're late. You're running. The doors close just as you arrive. These dreams often mirror feelings of overwhelm, pressure, or fear of missed opportunity. They surface when you feel time slipping away, or worry that you're not keeping up with life's pace. Then there are the dreams that feel almost sacred. Dreams of someone who has passed away. These don't always feel symbolic. They can feel like visitations. The conversation feels real, the presence vivid. You wake shaken, comforted, or both. Psychologically, these dreams often reflect longing, unfinished business, or the ongoing process of grief. Spiritually, some interpret them differently. Regardless of interpretation, they tend to carry emotional weight. Water, too, is a frequent visitor in dreams. Oceans, floods, rain, baths, drowning waves. Water sets the emotional atmosphere. Calm, clear water may reflect emotional balance or peace. Stormy seas and tsunamis often symbolize overwhelm. Drowning can represent fear of being consumed by grief, anxiety, love, or responsibility. In dream language, water often mirrors the emotional unconscious. It's rarely just about getting wet. And finally, pregnancy dreams. Even when pregnancy isn't remotely part of your waking life, they appear. These dreams often symbolize something new forming beneath the surface. An idea, a creative project, a personal transformation. Birth, in dream language, is rarely literal. It's about emergence, about becoming. Seen together, these common dream themes aren't rigid formulas, they're emotional metaphors. Your mind translating internal states into stories the body can feel. And the key isn't memorizing meanings, it's asking gently, what does this symbolize for me? So how do you interpret your own dreams? Instead of relying on dusty dream dictionaries, start simple. Keep a dream journal. Nothing fancy. A notebook by your bed. Write down whatever you remember, even fragments, even nonsense. Over time, patterns start to emerge. Pay attention to feelings, not just what happened, but how you felt inside the dream, and how you felt when you woke up. Emotions are the bridge between dream and waking life. Often, they matter more than the imagery. Then, look for associations. What do those symbols mean to you? A snake might mean danger to one person and healing to another. Context and personal history matter more than any one-size-fits-all definition. And remember, not every dream has to mean something. Sometimes dreams are just mental housekeeping, the brain's way of filing, sorting, and deleting. But when a dream lingers, when it repeats, when it strikes an emotional chord, that's worth exploring. So have fun with it. Play detective, be the analyst, the poet, the storyteller. Let your dreams be both puzzle and poetry. So now, the million-dollar question: how do you have the best sleep of your life? Because no matter how fascinating dreams are or how mysterious sleep can be, one truth remains. Good sleep is a superpower, and it's one you can learn to harness. Let's crack open the ultimate sleep toolkit: habits, mindset, science, and strategy, so you can rest better, dream deeper, and wake up like you actually slept. But first, let's clear the rubble. We've talked about this a million times already, but it's worth repeating. No, you don't need exactly 8 hours. Most adults need 7 to 9, but quality matters more than hitting a number. No, you cannot catch up on sleep on weekends. While extra rest helps, it doesn't fully repair the cognitive and metabolic toll of chronic sleep debt. Alcohol doesn't help you sleep. It knocks you out, yes, but it wrecks your REM and leads to fragmented, shallow sleep. You should not stay in bed if you can't sleep. This trains your brain to associate bed with frustration. If you're not asleep after approximately 20 minutes, get up, do something calming, then return. The truth is, sleep is not about force, it's about flow, creating the right conditions so sleep can do what it was designed to do. Good sleep starts before you hit the pillow. Consistency is king or queen. Go to bed and wake up at the same time every day, even on weekends. This stabilizes your circadian rhythm, which regulates hormones, body temperature, and sleep drive. The more consistent your schedule, the stronger your natural sleep signals become. Wind down intentionally. Your brain doesn't go from full alert to deep sleep like flipping a switch. You need a ramp down period. Start at least an hour before bed. Dim the lights. Avoid stressful conversations or intense content. Do something calming. Read, stretch, journal, meditate. This creates what scientists call a buffer zone, a clear shift from waking mode to rest mode. Design your bedroom for sleep. Only for sleep. It should be cool, ideally 60 to 67 degrees Fahrenheit or 15 to 19 degrees Celsius. It should be dark. Invest in blackout curtains or a sleep mask. It should be quiet and comfortable. Invest in a good mattress, clean sheets, cozy but breathable bedding. Remove clutter if you can. Make it a sanctuary, not a storage unit or an office. Your brain should associate the room with sleep, not stress. Sleep is powered by rhythm and ritual, but also by hormones. Here's how to work with, not against, your natural chemistry. Let light in early. Natural sunlight in the morning signals your body to stop melatonin production and boost cortisol in a healthy way. It resets your circadian clock and improves nighttime sleep. Try to get outside or near a bright window within the first hour of waking. Dim light at night. Blue light from screens suppresses melatonin. Reduce screen time at night or use blue light filters and apps. Even better, swap scrolling for analog wind-down time. Watch caffeine timing. Caffeine has a half-life of 5 to 6 hours. If you drink coffee at 4 p.m., it's still in your system at 10 p.m. Try to cut off caffeine after 2 p.m. or earlier if you're sensitive. Go easy on alcohol. Alcohol reduces sleep latency, so you fall asleep faster, but it fragments sleep cycles, disrupts REM, and leads to early waking. If you drink, try to stop at least 3 hours before bed. Sometimes your body is ready to sleep, but your brain isn't. Here's how to shift from overthinking into rest mode. Journaling. Dump your thoughts before bed. To-do lists, worries, feelings. Get them out of your head and onto paper. It frees up mental bandwidth. Meditation and breath work. Try box breathing, body scans, or guided sleep meditations. These lower heart rate, reduce cortisol, and shift you into parasympathetic rest and digest mode. If naps help occasionally, take one. But if nighttime sleep is fragile, keep daytime naps short and early. Think of your schedule not as a rule, but as a steady heartbeat your body can lean into. Make your bed sacred. Your bed is not your office. It's not Netflix headquarters. It's not the place where you scroll until your eyes burn. Let it be sacred. Read in an armchair. Nap on the sofa. Keep your bed reserved for sleep and intimacy. When you consistently use it only for rest, your brain begins to associate it with one thing: drifting off. Over time, simply crawling under the covers becomes a cue, a signal. We only sleep here. Create a sleep sanctuary. Walk into your bedroom and ask yourself, does this feel calm and relaxing? Choose soft, breathable pajamas. Nothing clingy or twisted. You shouldn't have to adjust your clothes while you're trying to disappear into sleep. Invest, if you're able, in a mattress and pillow that actually support you. Add cozy bedding, warm, soft lighting in the evening, maybe fairy lights, maybe a lamp with a warm bulb. Stack cushions around you if that feels comforting. Build a little cocoon. Sometimes your nervous system just wants to feel held. This is your hideaway, your reset space. Stretch slowly from head to toe. Gentle yoga. Long breaths. Relaxing music. Feel each muscle soften. A hot bath can be magic. Even better if you briefly rinse with cooler water afterward. The temperature shift helps lower your core body temperature, which signals to your body that it's time to sleep. If you have access to a sauna, especially in the evening, you may notice how deeply you sleep afterward. Heat relaxes muscles and calms the nervous system in a way few things can. You're not shutting the day down, you're easing it closed. Sometimes you're exhausted, but your thoughts are loud. Before bed, try emptying your mind onto paper. To-do lists, worries, random thoughts. You don't need to solve anything, just unload it. If anxiety creeps in, put on a podcast or audiobook. Not for the content, for the voice. Let the tone and rhythm wash over you. Focus on the cadence instead of your own spiraling thoughts. Breathing helps more than we realize. Slow, even breaths. In for 4. Hold for 4. Out for 4. Or simply notice your breath moving in and out. And if sleep doesn't come right away, don't panic. Rest still counts. Even lying still in the dark, your body is repairing. Your nervous system is recalibrating. You are not failing at sleep. If you struggle with insomnia or anxiety about sleep, CBTI techniques can help reframe your relationship with sleep. A key shift is this: stop trying to sleep. Focus on rest and let sleep come. What if you're doing everything right and still struggling? Rule out underlying issues. Sleep apnea, restless leg syndrome, depression and chronic pain can all wreck sleep. Track patterns using a sleep diary. Ask yourself the main question: what's going on in your head as you're trying to fall asleep? Are you overthinking? Planning the next day? Stressed? Anxious? If your mind isn't at peace, peaceful sleep will not come. Consider short-term use of sleep aids under medical supervision, but aim for behavioural solutions long-term. Talk to a sleep specialist. You don't have to white-knuckle it alone. Sleep is vital, and if it's broken, you deserve real support. You don't have to chase perfect sleep. You just need to create a reliable rhythm, a gentle structure, and a mindset that honours sleep not as weakness, but as your core power source. Because the truth is, better sleep means a better life. More focus, more energy, more resilience, and yes, better dreams. So take what you've learned, build your sleep ritual, let it evolve with you. And when the day winds down, remind yourself, this is not time lost. It's time returned to your body, to your mind, to yourself. Sleep is not laziness. It is not weakness. It is not something you squeeze in after everything else. It is the foundation that makes everything else possible. When you approach sleep as a ritual instead of an afterthought, something shifts. Dim the lights, slow your breath. Thank your body for carrying you through the day. Thank your mind for trying its best. Crawl into bed, not like you're collapsing, but like you're arriving. You've done enough today. You have been enough. And yes, there will be nights when sleep feels distant, when thoughts spiral, when your body resists. On those nights, be especially gentle. Don't fight, just rest. Let your mind wander without fear. Trust that your body remembers how to find its way back. Because it does. So tonight, let sleep be something you get to do. Close your eyes and let go.